Okay. Good morning. It's great to be back in Pinellas County 2 times in the last week. Please sit down. We did the I did a Supreme Court appointment at Seminole High School, and the Justice Adam Tannenbaum was the valedictorian of Seminole High School in like 1989. And then he was like #1 at UF undergrad. I think he went to Georgetown Law and has been an appeals court judge now for the last 4 or 5 years. And so, what are the odds that you would come back to your high school, and right here in Pinellas County, and then get appointed to the Supreme Court of the state, 30 years later, however long later? Probably not very high odds, but even less odds that you would have a Dunedin Falcon governor appoint somebody who went to Seminole. So that we're running a little late. I will say, the Hard Rock Stadium hosted the national championship last night, and at the time, when that was announced, it was like we didn't know who'd be in it, and then obviously the University of Miami made it, and my kids, having grown up in Tallahassee, like they're Florida State fans. That's just what they are, and they will not listen to anything else about any other school. It just is, and that's not us, dude. That's just them. But I finally got, and my son's the most rabid. He's in 2nd grade, and he's the most rabid. And I told him, I said, this is like a week ago, who are you going to root for? Indiana. I was like, you can't root for Indiana. You're a Florida. I was like, you've got to root for. And so finally, he's like, all right, I'm going to root for Miami. So he rooted for Miami and got really into it. And, it was an exciting game. And, Miami's come a long way from, they used to be the best of the best and then had some lean years. And so they've got a great trajectory. They're going to do very well. But I will say, so I bet the governor of Indiana on the game. And so he's like, hey, and he's a good guy. And he said, hey, Governor, how about we bet the Hoosiers win? If the Hoosiers win, then you send me something. But if Miami wins, we'll send you sugar cream pie and pork tenderloin or something like that. Which, look, I'm sure is good. Don't get me wrong. But I put up key lime pie and stone crabs from Joe's. It's a little bit of an imbalance in the bet here, right? I mean, come on. And so we are going to make good on that promise. It's funny, as soon as I made that bet, I had all these people like, oh, let me know, I'll send it over and all that other stuff if Indiana wins. And so, but the one thing I said is honestly, half of Indiana's in Marco Island at this time of year. Can I just bring the stuff to Marco Island? It'd be a lot easier for us. But they do deserve credit. I mean, it's like as a governor, I'm rooting for Miami, but just as an American watching a program that had more losses than any program in the history of college football hire this great coach go to the playoffs in his first year, and then go 16-0 and win the national championship, and your quarterback wins the Heisman Trophy, and you don't have very many 4 or 5 stars. It's basically, guys that are very hungry and very well coached. And so, it was a really neat moment, I think, for college football. As much as I want to see Miami win, to see that happen was pretty something else. So congratulations to Indiana. There's certain states around this country that, especially in January, you don't have to look very far, especially on if talking about the Midwest. You go anywhere on the west coast of Florida, you're going to run into Hoosiers. You're going to run into people from Michigan or Illinois or Ohio. I mean, that's just everywhere you go. So I know that also had impact. And in fact, people were like, the state of Florida is the only one that's going to be rooting for Miami. All 49 other states are going to be rooting for Indiana. And I said, well, I'm rooting for Miami. But honestly, outside of the 305 area code, I'll bet you more people, even in Florida, were rooting. That's just the way it is. We've got a lot of influence there. So congratulations on that. We're here at St. Pete College. Very glad to be back. Thanks to Dr. Williams for having us and all the stuff that you guys are doing. I know we got a lot of the board members here who are doing a great job. We have our education commissioner, Stasi Kamutsis, is with us, as well as Ray Rodriguez, who's the State University chancellor of our #1 rated public state university system. I think we've got it many years in a row now, and I'm proud of that. But I'm most proud of lowest tuition in the nation. I mean, that's what parents really want, right? We also have Kelsey Krebs. She's a nursing student here in St. Pete College. And so one of the things we're obviously going to talk about new money for our nursing initiative. And it's the type of thing where we've stressed workforce education tremendously since I've been governor. There's always a push. When I was growing up, it's like you got to go get that 4-year degree. And I'm not saying some of those degrees aren't good, but there's a lot of students that went a lot in debt at some of these universities around the country and then have some degree in some, obscure subject. And they're not exactly, the C's aren't exactly parting for them when they get out of college. It's just the reality. And a lot of them had debt and they were underemployed. And so, our view is, you could do traditional 4-year. We want to make sure our students have access to that and can do well. But this workforce education is really important. And that spans a lot. You can get a certification in high school in Florida to do welding or HVAC. And I will tell you, that is in demand. You can come to our state colleges and you can get skills that are very hands-on, but they're advanced skills that are going to have really good application in the real world. And so that was just an insight we had from the beginning. We wanted to improve Florida's commitment to workforce education, and we have done that dramatically. We've had, through all of our education and job training and workforce programs since 2019, $12 billion. Obviously, a lot of our state colleges, which we're proud of, has gone into that, and the results have been very, very positive. But the nursing in particular, so that was something that we had always talked about on a certain extent. But then when COVID hit, you had this massive shortage of healthcare and nurses around the country. So it got to the point where, you'd have like a COVID wave in New York, and then you'd have a COVID wave in the Midwest, and then the Southeast. And it wasn't, it was regional, and it was even seasonal the way it was going. Well, if you have more hospitalizations in one area, you need more people. And then if the nurses are getting infected, then they've got to sit out until they get in. You have all these things happening. So you had a cottage industry of these like private nursing companies, I guess, where they would be like going, and these nurses were making a lot of money. So yeah, if you're willing to move to San Francisco for the next 3 months, you'll get $30,000 a month or whatever. And like, yeah, we're going to do that, right? So people were doing that. So it's like this battle to be able to get nurses and to be able to go. So my mother was a nurse for 40 some years. They weren't paying that much money then on these things. And she was very good too. So she would have commanded that. But I mean, it just got to be, it was like really crazy. Honestly, a lot of the hospitals are like, we need more people. So that kind of really highlighted the issue, that we had there. So we, partially because of that experience, we've launched programs to be able to do it. So we launched 2 major programs. Our line program, Linking Industry to Nursing Education. This program's a competitive dollar-for-dollar matching grant that supports partnerships between educational institutions and healthcare providers. And so the money that is dedicated to that can give scholarships to students who meet requirements, recruit faculty to teach, purchase equipment, and to support simulation centers. You actually see, I mean, I was walking in here, I thought it was a real person in that bed. It's a mannequin. I'm like, oh, okay, so you do that. And so we've had that. We've also established the pipeline program, prepping institutions, programs, employers, and learners through incentives for nursing education, and that's to reward performance and excellence amongst our post-secondary nursing programs. So the funds for that go to are based on the number of nursing education program completers, the first-time National Council for State Board of Nursing licensing examination passage rates, and excellence among nursing education programs based on the average of first-time passage rates above the national average. And so both of those have been really good, and that's why we're here today. So I'm proud to announce we can now say that since the inception of the line and pipeline programs in 2022, Florida has invested close to $500 million to support nursing education and address this vital need. But even better, today I'm proud that we are able to award an additional $20 million in line funding, with $14.5 million awarded to state colleges and private post-secondary education, and $6 million to our state universities. And if you look at what we've done in both of these programs, I think we probably are now, just for what we're doing, and I know there's been other things in the private sector, whatever, we're now producing 1,000 plus additional nurses than we were before those every year between our state colleges and our state universities. And so that's a meaningful increase when we were probably, about, what were we, 700 for what were we for state colleges?
We were about 4,773, and now we're at over 5,100.
Yeah, so over 5,100, yeah. So, and then the state universities, we've gone up even more on the state universities. And so, and these are different programs, and there's different things you got to do depending on it. But that's an increase, significant increase on a percentage basis, and that's really, really meaningful. And obviously, part of that you just have to do to keep up with population growth and some of the other things that we've seen in Florida. We can also say that more than 85 million has been awarded since 2022 for our line funding, $61.5 million to state colleges and $24 million total to state universities. So that's throughout the inception of the program. So what we're doing, the $20 million this year is a big chunk of that, and that's really, really meaningful for a lot of these programs. Since 2022, $400 million in pipeline funds has been provided to post-secondary education, $240 million for state colleges and districts, and $160 million for state universities. So those are really to address the nationwide nursing shortage. It's very important. St. Pete College partnership has resulted in $340,000 in total anticipated line investments, including $160,000 matched by HCA Florida, $100,000 by Baycare, and $80,000 requested for 25-26 matched by Baycare, Advent Health, and HCA as well. So line funding helps places like St. Pete College better serve working and part-time students, ensuring more Floridians can enter and compete high-demand nursing programs while gaining that hands-on, real-world experience. And look at the results. St. Pete College's National Council licensure examination pass rate for the most recent year we have record was 94.1%. That is much in our overall. That's much better than the overall passage rate in Florida, which is 83%. And so it shows you that at St. Pete College, they're getting the job done, and we really appreciate that. University of South Florida across the bay awarded $23 million through pipeline and line over these years. and they received $3.6 million awarded through the LINE program that has been matched in full by community partners, including Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, who also donated $1 million on top of those matches. And so we really appreciate their, and honestly, it's in their interest to do this because they need to make sure that they have a qualified workforce, and they don't really want to get involved in these bidding wars where they're having to pay whatever. I mean, it really was, I mean, that 18-month period, I don't know that you've ever seen anything like that. That was a really big, so they want stability. They want to make sure that they hire good people, that they can be there and not constantly have employees be poached by their places around the country. So it's in their interest to make sure we're producing an adequate supply here. Now, we recently announced our budget that we would have $130 million to support nursing education and workforce initiatives, $100 million for pipeline, and $30 million for line. So the mission continues. We understand the need is there. We understand that we have a growing state. We also have a demographically more advanced state. That's just kind of the nature of it in terms of what we're doing. It's part of the reason why you have so many Hoosiers in Naples and Marco Island, because they work there and then they're able to retire at least part-time in the Sunshine State. And even though it's a little chilly by our standards now, I would not want to trade the weather in Pinellas Park for the weather in Bloomington, Indiana right now. I just think it's likely to be a lot colder. So you see why the appeal is for people to be able to come and be able to do this. So I want to thank the members of the legislature who were involved with launching this. I think we launched it under Wilton Simpson and Chris Sprouse, who both from the Tampa Bay area back during that time, and that was really fantastic that they were able to do it, and we've continued to see success for this. And so, ultimately the results speak for themselves. We're producing more quality nurses. We've got strong performances at places like St. Pete College, and so, you still hear about workforce needs for healthcare. It's not like the issue is totally gone, but I would say the decibel level has been muted from where we were a few years ago, where this was like something that they would always talk about. They have seen some improvement in this because of the efforts that we've been doing here today. So I'm excited for this. I'm excited to award the $20 million, and we look forward to hearing from some of our other speakers. And so why don't we start with our Commissioner of Education.
Well, thank you, Governor, and good morning, St. Pete State College. It's great to be here with President Williams as well as the Board of Trustees. The full board is actually here today, so I'm happy to see them, and congratulations for all those who were recently appointed and reappointed. It's so great to live in the free state of Florida and to have the opportunity to work specifically in the area of education. Week after week, we continue to make announcements that speak to real results, real impacts that students are feeling. Just during the State of the State a week ago, the governor announced a 92.2% graduation rate in the state of Florida, the highest in our state's history. As we continue to increase our standards, as we continue to attract high-quality teachers, we are seeing that our students are doing better and better. And so any notion that somehow our standards are being watered down is completely false. These students are performing better, and they're being more successful because we are focused on merit and achievement, thanks to this governor. I also want to highlight what an amazing weekend it was in education this week. I was in Orlando, where I got to speak to over 550 students at the Florida Futures Educators of America Conference, where you had students in high school who are aspiring teachers that want to go and give back to their communities and have such a significant impact. And so it was great to talk to those students. And we also hosted our National Civics and Debate competition, the Great Debate, that was championed by this governor, where we had hundreds of students. This was a program that started with just 11 school districts years ago, but thanks to this governor, we have pushed so that all 67 districts are participating, and you had 15 states from across the country that flew students in to be able to participate in that civics and debate competition. So I was happy to be able to participate in that this weekend, and it's just great to be in Florida when it comes to education and so many other things. So today's announcement is yet another thing that we're able to tout where there are significant impacts that are happening across the state. The governor talked about my personal favorite system, the Florida college system. No offense to the university system, Chancellor Rodriguez, but the $14.5 million that is going to benefit those students that come as they are. Everybody knows the Florida college system accepts all students and helps them get on the pathway to prosperity through education. They show value, they show opportunity through education to all kinds of students from different backgrounds and zip codes. And so I'm so thankful that this investment is going specifically towards the nursing programs, to be able to beef up those programs, to be able to give those students an opportunity not just to see value in themselves, but to give back to their communities. And so this investment is going to specifically impact 20 of our 28 state colleges who will receive funding that will reinforce the critical role that our state colleges play as the backbone of Florida's workforce and future nursing of education here in the state. The LINE program, as the governor mentioned, has expanded access and strengthened outcomes by providing scholarships for students, supporting the recruitment of high-quality faculty, as well as providing robust training to these students. And our colleges are clearly maximizing that investment. And in addition, the annual production, as the governor mentioned, has increased nearly 10% in the state college system and even higher in the university system as far as those who are getting across the finish line and graduating in these programs. Florida's nursing students are also delivering results. Just last year, 88% of our registered nursing graduates and 91% of our licensed practical nursing graduates pass their NCLEX exams on the first attempt. That's a big deal. This is a testament to the quality and the rigor of these programs that these students are being exposed to. And so I look forward to continuing strengthening and expanding our nursing programs while also advancing additional workforce pathways that create meaningful opportunities for students and meet Florida's evolving workforce needs. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Governor. And today really is a great day, not just for higher education, but for the nursing programs as well. But before I address that, I want to make an observation because I'm not sure people in this room are aware of this. In many states, your college system and your university system are disconnected, they're disjointed, they don't communicate with one another. And studies show the number one reason why students who start in a college system and then transfer to a university system fail to graduate is because the credits they earned in the college system don't transfer to the university system. So they put in all that time earning the credits, and then when they go to transfer to get their bachelor's degree, they find out they've got to start all over in many cases. That doesn't happen in Florida. In Florida, you have a college system and a university system that are very close, communicate, and work together. And we have something other states don't have, which is a common course numbering system. So when students take a course in our college system and they come to the university system, our university system takes that course because it's the same course. And what that does is it promotes our graduation rate. It promotes persistence, it promotes retention, and it promotes success. And it happens because we have a governor that insists that we communicate and that we work together. And it happens because we have a legislature that supports our governor's championing of higher education and keeps our in-state tuition low and affordable and accessible. So all of that's what makes Florida, a part of what makes Florida, the #1 state for higher education. And I'm proud to work under this governor, and I'm proud to work with Commissioner Kamoutsas. But today's great news is about what's happening in Pipeline and Line in our nursing program. And as the governor mentioned, we've had a significant investment from the university perspective. We have seen $184 million in total, $160 million into the Pipeline program, $24 million into the Line program. And what that's done is it has enabled us to expand our nursing programs, to foster partnerships between our institutions and community healthcare providers, and to support scholarships for our nursing students. So we have larger programs, scholarships for students, more students enrolling, and as a result of that, more nursing graduates. Since 24-25, our most recently completed year, we saw more than 400 students receive scholarships through this program. And those 400 scholarships have enabled us to expand our capacity, and our number of nursing graduates. If you look back a decade ago, we had about 1,500 graduates, nursing graduates, from our system. In the most recently completed year, we were at 2,800 graduates from our nursing programs. That's an increase that comes from investments like this. And it's great to expand capacity, to have more scholarships, to have more students. It's great to see success in graduation. But what really matters is what happens after they graduate. Do they pass the licensure exam? And in Florida, as you've heard, that answer is yes. Our system graduation rate for the NCLEX exam is 94%. The national average is 92%. So not only are our students passing, we're passing at higher margins than students in other states. But even more important than passing the exam, what happens next? Do they get a job? And in Florida, that answer is yes. Over 90% of our bachelor's and nursing school graduates are employed within a year after obtaining their degree. Larger programs, more students, greater capacity, higher graduation rates, higher passage rates, and higher employment rates. That's what's going to make this state strong and keep us strong. Thank you, Governor.
Okay.
Good morning, Governor DeSantis. Thank you for your time being here and meeting with us. My name is Kelsey Krebs, and I'm the president of the Nursing Association. I will be graduating in May, and like many students, I'm balancing school, work, and family responsibilities, and preparing to enter a field that is critically needed in our state. Financial assistance has had a significant impact on nursing students like me. Funds go beyond tuition. They help cover essential needs like childcare, transportation, and utilities. Without this support, many students are forced to take on loans or extra hours at work, which increase stress, burnout, and in some cases delay or prevent graduation altogether. Tuition assistance allows nursing students to focus on what truly matters, becoming a safe, competent nurse and ready to care for our community. When students are financially supported, they are more likely to complete their education on time and enter the workforce prepared and committed to staying in the profession. Financial assistance programs are essential, so we have the best resources and equipment for patient simulation, lab practice, and to build confidence and competence when we provide nursing care to real people. My inspiration for becoming a nurse started when I was younger, helping take care of my grandfather, and now watching my father go through cancer treatment. Nurses play a vital role during a person's most vulnerable moments, and it has strengthened my commitment to this profession and reinforced why access to education and why it matters. After graduation, I hope to work in the ICU or ER and continue my education to become a nurse practitioner. And investing in tuition assistance is an investment in our future in healthcare. Thank you for your time and considering the needs of nursing students across the state.
Sure. Good job. Well, great job. And are you from this area originally?
I was born in Mississippi, but grew up in Florida.
Okay, and then you went to high school where?
In Ida Baker in Gibson.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, good. Working your way up the west coast of Florida. It's a beautiful coast. You know, there are these people like that'll be like from like the Northeast, and they think Florida is like Miami, Palm Beach. That's their view of Florida. And it's nice, don't get me wrong, but you know, you go over on some of that Atlantic coast and you look, and like growing up on this coast, like, you know, it's just the quality of the sand and everything over here is pretty special, right? It just is what it is. So we're excited about this. We're going to keep pushing. This is something that really makes a difference. And we've done other stuff to really expand, you know, key needs. I mean, we've done the commercial driver's license and the truck drivers. I mean, the fact that California is sending these people who don't even speak English and can't read the roads, and we've seen really bad things. We're doing it, with our state colleges and doing that, and we've increased that tremendously, and on down the line, we've been able to do a lot of really good stuff. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities, particularly in certain things like, they say technology can disrupt this or that. You're always going to need someone to be a nurse. Like, they can use technology to enhance their performance as a nurse, but you're never going to be able to adequately have like a robot doing that. It's just that there's human connection that's involved. There's the empathy, the bedside manner, all that. That really matters to people when they're in, particularly when they're in critical situations, how they're cared for by those folks. So it makes a big difference, and I'm excited on that, as well as these other things. So the momentum is real, and we're going to keep charging ahead. So, okay, do we've got any questions back there?
Governor, do you stand by your veto last session involving, that would have given the state more oversight over nursing programs based on the comments you
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was a completely flawed bill. It was arbitrary in terms of some of the jobs that people would get or not get, that somehow the nursing program would be held accountable. I'm not saying it was poorly motivated. I mean, I think they were trying to get at something, but the way it would have actually worked would not have done the trick. And so I know they're working on something going forward, and maybe they'll produce a better product. But I can tell you, any of the folks who've been involved with us in nursing, they were all opposed to the bill. No one thought it was going to be good.
Governor, the Sarasota County School Board is discussing a resolution that would pledge their cooperation with ICE. Some critics are concerned that would allow law enforcement to pull students or people out of it. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, Florida, we dealt with this at the beginning of last year when you had the incoming Trump administration. Our local and state will cooperate with the federal government. Now, the federal government makes decisions about how they want to apply their limited resources. I don't think that they have chosen to use resources in that manner. I think they focused on some worksite enforcement. I think they focused on, obviously, criminal aliens, and so you've seen that. But I don't think any governmental entity in Florida can be a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's just not what we are. And you see what's happening in some of these places. It's like, okay, we have elections in this country. People legislate laws on your behalf. You don't have to like it. In fact, you have the right to go out there and get new people in every 2 years in Congress, every 4 years for president. And when we had an election in 2024, there were a couple big issues, but one of them was we had 4 years of the border on the south being open. And millions and millions of people flooded in this country illegally. And a lot of Americans didn't like that. And a lot of Americans wanted to see someone address that. And so candidate Donald Trump said, as president, I'll tackle this, right? But I think what we're seeing in some of these jurisdictions who maybe voted the other way is, well, they don't want to see that, and so they think they're going to just go out there and disrupt some of this. We had a lady in Jacksonville that allegedly punched one of our state troopers. I'll tell you, you picked the wrong state to do that in. That ain't going to fly here. So I see that around the country, and you see different stuff. You see what's happening in Minnesota. You see what's happening in all these things. You have threats against people who are doing their job, and like everybody who wields state authority, federal, local, state, they need to be held accountable too. They've got to do the job correctly, and everyone should be held accountable accordingly. But to just be out there doing your job and having some paid activist dox you, try to incite threats against you, that's unacceptable. It's very, very dangerous. And so for Florida, we're cooperating with the enforcement of the immigration laws in this country. Now, again, that doesn't mean that a school district has to go out and do things that a federal doesn't believe in doing. It's obviously driven by federal policy. We're not going to inhibit it. We're not going to try to countermand it, and we will be there, to be helpful. So, obviously the best example of that is the apprehension, the processing, detention, and then removal of illegal aliens in Florida. We've now, I said in my State of the State a couple weeks ago, between state and local, we had almost 20,000 apprehensions since February, March of last year when I signed the legislation until the beginning of January. That's over and above everything DHS is doing. And so that's a real, I think, difference maker. And I'll tell you, under the Biden administration, we would have criminal aliens serve time in prison in Florida. And it used to be you would alert ICE, they would take them, and sometimes Biden was just letting these convicted felons be released back on the streets, and they refused to take them. There'd be times when our highway patrol would be and they wouldn't accept them. That's not the rule of law. That's just not the way things work. So what they're doing in some of those areas in some of these northern states, California, Oregon, you just can't function that way. If you don't want, if you want someone to be here illegally and you want to amnesty them, I disagree with that. But you got to elect candidates who are going to do that. You can't just say, I just disagree, with the election results and I disagree with the law, so I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I don't think it doesn't work that way. And just think if the shoe was on the other foot. I mean, imagine if Florida was like saying, on some just routine statutes with a different administration. I think the posture would be a lot different from how you see, some of the static. I will say this, though. We've shown that cooperation can avoid a lot of the issues that you're seeing in some other parts of the country. I think when you have governors and locals that are trying to thwart, it's going to create friction. That's just the reality. So we've shown, that you could have smooth operations. But I do think that, physical securing of the border, huge. And yes, interior enforcement, 100%. We've done more on that than any state. But removing the incentives to be here illegally is the most powerful. So in Florida, you're ineligible for a driver's license. You can't get in-state tuition. They put that in like 10 years ago. We took that away. You did those things. We did E-Verify, but the legislature would only do up to 25 employees. So if you have less than 25 employees as a business, you don't have to do verification for eligibility to work. And so if the feds, and then the remittances, the Somali fraud you saw in Minnesota, they're sending remittances back for the proceeds of that to Somalia. Well, you can tax the remittances, or you can even not allow remittances unless somebody has a right to be here, or you can do a combination of both. But I would say getting at some of those carrots and removing some of the carrots, that'll do a lot to ensure we have a legal workforce, that we don't have large populations of people who are from foreign countries here illegally. And so it's a combination of all those, but removing the carrots. We've actually shown success in doing that in Florida. They've even written, I mean, it's interesting, some of the more liberal publications, they're writing about it as it's like negative, like, there's not as much money spent on health care because of, like, I think most taxpayers are glad to be saving money, right? I mean, isn't that what we want to do? But we've shown that can be successful, but a state cannot do what the federal government can do. I mean, the federal government they could stop the remittances to Somalia tomorrow. Congress could get that done so easily. And just think about it. The reason they're committing the fraud is because they want to send the money back. And so it would be a disincentive for fraud and obviously a disincentive to come and be employed here in this country illegally. So that would be what I would do. Well, I think most people that know me know that I've been a baseball fan, for a long time. Played. I mean, I got one of my board members, Tommy Kidwell. We played against each other in high school and on the same team, up at. my
expenses
tenure,
and revenue
and that's good.
adjustments
But
for
some
local
of the other
business or
stuff,
for,
really,
municipalities
I
and
think
local governments.
has
We
gotten older.
oppose this
So I think
bill as
they've
it needs to
got,
be a part of the
kind of a
greater
shared
conversation
vision
about
that could
legal.
potentially be very, very good. But
Next, we have
ultimately,
Jeff
I
Scala,
wanna
Florida
just see,
Association of Counties,
see this
is
be a
an
successful
opponent.
enterprise in
Wishes
one
to
way
speak.
or another. And, my position on all this has always been the same in terms of what
You're
we do
recognized.
at the state level.
Thank you,
like,
Chairman.
we
Jeff Scala, Florida
don't,
Association of
from our
Counties, and here to
coffers,
oppose
do
HB
we're gonna help
103,
finance the
but not the
stadium.
good
It's just not what the
representative
state of
who's
Florida,
carrying the bill.
done. That's been our policy
And the
for a
last
long
speaker
time. I
did
mean, I
touch
know
on
local
this. This is
communities can work that out
a
differently
bill
if
about
they see fit.
certainty
But,
and uncertain.
if we can
Right
be
now,
hopeful and
it is
kind of,
uncertain what is
facilitating
going to
some of
happen this session as
for
it relates
example,
to
we have a
property tax.
facility on that
This
property,
bill,
the
we
Department
do
of
have a
Juvenile Justice. They've been
certain
planning to leave for a long time. So they are gonna
legislatively
leave that
approved
area.
in
So that could
statute,
open up,
local
some stuff for
authorized
HCC
revenue
or
source.
for
For
this.
counties,
So there's a lot
this
of
is a-
different things. We could also help with infrastructure so that we don't have bad traffic jams getting in. And so we've done that for a variety of different things. I mean, heck, we did getting off at an interchange in Ocala. They're going to put a Buc-ee's there and other stuff, but Buc-ee's can cause a big traffic backup, and so we're doing that, and that's a great thing to do. It's fine. We have Buc-ee's in Ocala, Tallahassee. We have Buc-ee's in, and then there's going to be one in Charlotte County. Those three, and I think maybe one more is on the horizon. Some people were telling me about this or that. So, you're going to potentially see that more on this side of the state. So we'll see, how it works out. But I definitely think, that there should be reason for optimism for people that like baseball in this community and want to see the race. Because, they've produced some good players over the years. They've developed some good talent. It's a question of, baseball's going through a period where you kind of have, you have Goliath, the Los Angeles Dodgers, who can just spend and spend. You've got a handful of other teams who can also spend way above and beyond what others. Then maybe one more, and then you get down to kind of the lower rung, the markets that haven't generated as much. If you're drawing 15,000 fans a game, it's going to be tough to be where you need to be. You can start drawing 25,000. Or even you could draw 25,000 in this area with the right circumstances, right? It's got to be a good location, it's got to be a good venue, it's got to have some stuff to draw. But if you're starting to do that, well, then all of a sudden, the viability of everything really goes up. And I know this is going to be an issue in terms of Rays and where they end up, but then also just you're going to have the 26th season. And then, there's going to be a collision course in Major League Baseball with the labor situation. And a lot of people are assuming that there's going to be a pretty lengthy lockout. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I do remember as a kid when they did that in '94, that had a lot of problems, I think, for stopping some of the momentum. Took them some years to kind of get back going. So we'll see how that is. But certainly the economics of the game is just a little bit different than you see in some of the other major sports. And not that it's not really a small market anymore. I mean, we've got, in just the Tampa Bay media market, it's expensive. I can tell you that. I've bought ads here running for governor. You've got millions of people that are within, however long, however distance. But it's just, there's a lot to do in Florida. There's a lot of other pursuits. Same thing they're having in Miami. They built the stadium. It's nice. But there's just a lot of other pursuits. Whereas I think some of the areas, it's like, that's the thing that people want to do, especially come summertime, and that's that. So there's all these just different factors. But I think it can succeed. And I know that they've looked at a bunch of different things. But I think we should be optimistic about it, and I think it'd be good for this community. Okay, everybody. Thank you. God bless you.
like Chuck, who owns a coffee shop and beer brewery in Clarksboro. We're keeping the doors open for Nadia, who owns a small restaurant in West New York, and Bill, who runs a barbershop in Trenton. We're keeping the doors open for Chris, a laborer in Jersey City who's trying to raise his kids and support his parents. We're keeping the doors open for students like Adam and Glen Ridge so they don't face bullying as we take on the challenge of mental health and social media. We're keeping the doors open for the Patel brothers and businesses in Oak Tree Road and Edison as we navigate a federal tariff regime harming so many store owners and keeping costs high. We're keeping the doors open to millions of parents who want to keep their kids safe and ensure they have a bright future. And much like Noah's Ark provided safety for the righteous, it is appropriate that today we are in Newark. We are here today to create a new haven, a new ark to open the door for those who thirst for liberty and prosperity. Everyone who seeks to strengthen our democracy, strengthen our economy, and strengthen our families. And the key to all of this is opportunity. It's not a guarantee for success. It's a guarantee at a shot. And New Jerseyans know that. That's why our state always punches above its weight. Because we know exactly what we can do if we are given a shot. We can lead scientific innovation, create art that moves millions, build small businesses to lift up entire communities, and homes to pass on to our kids. But for families to succeed, they need to be able to afford to live here, to thrive in New Jersey. And in too many cases, the promises from politicians to open doors to opportunity have been empty. Platitudes that don't address the key issues keeping families up at night. But I promise, as your governor, if it's keeping you up at night, it's going to be keeping me up at night. And as I have traveled across this state, speaking to thousands of New Jerseyans, your stories have stuck with me. But even more often, I heard you talking about your concerns for others. How are my neighbors going to feel safe? How are my children going to succeed? How are people who are struggling going to get access to food and health care? And most inspiring, how can we help? Your stories are why, again and again, I'm reminded of why I love New Jersey. And I have heard, beneath the noise, beneath the politics, a simple truth. Too many people are working too hard and still falling behind. They worry about rent or mortgage payments that rise faster than paychecks. They worry about the cost of childcare that rivals college tuition. They worry about utility and healthcare bills that feel unpredictable and overwhelming. They worry about whether their children will be able to build a life in this state. And these concerns are not abstract, they're not ideological, they're an everyday reality for people in this state. So let me tell you plainly what my administration stands for. Lowering cost, taking care of your kids, making government accountable to the people. And as we get to work, charting out success, I have listened to you, and I have heard you. I've heard you in Trenton, where you want safer streets for kids, redevelopment programs that work, and to provide jobs, and for the state to pay its fair share. I've heard you in South Jersey, where you want jobs and transportation investments, innovative businesses, and not to be forgotten or left behind. I've heard you in Hudson County, where you want housing you can afford and to open small businesses without costly bureaucracy and red tape. I've heard you, New Jersey. We're facing an affordability crisis, and you want costs to come down. And you want that to begin today. You don't want a strongly worded letter, you don't want a 10-year study, and you don't want empty words. In short, you are sick of the status quo. Well, guess what, guys? So am I. So right now, yes, before I even begin this speech, or finish this speech, sorry. Just making sure you were paying attention. I'm going to sign my first in a series of executive orders to declare a state of emergency on utility costs. First, I am issuing an executive order giving the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities the authority to pause new utility requests for additional rate increases, and I will freeze rate hikes to finally provide families with real relief on their energy bills. Second, I am issuing an executive order directing the Board of Public Utilities to open solicitations for new solar and storage power generation, to modernize gas and nuclear generation, so we can lower utility costs over the long term. This is just the beginning, not of my speech, of my work. We're going to take on the affordability crisis, and we're going to shake up the status quo. It won't be easy, and hard choices have to be made to drive down costs as the federal government slashes funding and slams doors to opportunity. But as I learned in the Navy, the only easy day was yesterday. But luckily, we don't need easy here in New Jersey. We have grit. We're tough. And when you hurt our families, we're going to fight. We're going to fight for jobs. We're going to fight for housing families can afford, for good schools, safe streets, and ending skyrocketing utility costs. And look, I know that there are people here, some of them behind me probably, who didn't vote for me. And I know some of you are going to be in my office yelling at me one day about some disagreements, and yet, as we sit here today, I'm ready to fight to ensure that you can do just that without fear of reprisal or worry that you'll be investigated or unfairly prosecuted. I took an oath over 25 years ago to do just that, and you saw me taking it again today. And I am not a leader who will shirk in the course of my duties. So I learned a lot of important lessons in the Navy. I learned that often it's not the profound or the revolutionary that is needed to accomplish the mission. Sometimes it's the basic brass tacks of getting the job done, recognizing and doing your duty. Under this administration, agencies will be judged by results, not rhetoric. We will work to make government more transparent. We will work to save you time and money. You may not agree with every decision we make, but you'll know why we made it. And you'll know that all of our decisions are made putting you, the public, first. To my esteemed colleagues in the state legislature, my cabinet, and all the elected officials and civil servants across the state, we have all chosen this path of public service. It's a noble calling and it's a privilege. We have a shared responsibility and opportunity to make people's lives better. We do so through competence, knowing that others are depending on us so they can open their businesses, feed their families, or ensure their children are safe and attend great schools. We have to have a strong moral compass to serve. Self-dealing and opportunism are antithetical to our service. And we have to serve with compassion. Sometimes we work with people at really tough times in their lives, when they've suffered a tragedy, when a loved one is facing prison, or when they're scared for their children, or as I can personally attest to after they've had a really tough day and had to bring a colicky baby with them to get a driver's license. It is in our power to make their lives easier, better. And at the heart of it, we serve with commitment, a desire to better the world. And at the dawn of our nation, as some of our very first public servants embarked upon their work to better New Jersey, the people of New Jersey chose a state motto. They were among the first to do so. On the heels of a horrible war, they narrowed in on those two things that they felt their countrymen had fought and died for: liberty and prosperity. Today, I take up their work again, protecting liberty, ensuring that power is not placed in the hands of a few, but rather that the universal rights of all New Jerseyans are protected, and prosperity through opening the door to opportunity. That is my commitment as your 57th governor. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless the great state of New Jersey, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And we were just listening in there to Mikey Sherrill, sworn in as the governor of New Jersey. And we do want to share this live look out of New Jersey with you. This is Atlantic City, sponsored by 1-800-BATTERY. This is our Live Now look. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Mattino, stepping away for a commercial break. We do have several live events starting here in just a matter of moments. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox, taking you out to St. Paul right now as we are listening in to local law enforcement leaders from across the Twin Cities metro area hosting this press conference to address their concerns regarding interactions between federal agents and Minnesota police officers.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from any of us today is rhetoric of abolish, be immigrant, and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, preventing her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction, and after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day. It has to stop. This behavior erodes the trust that these police chiefs have worked tirelessly for the last 5 years and theoretically the last 60 years to stop this exact behavior from happening. Now, I want to be really clear. I've called lots of other ICE agents and HSI agents and have talked to a lot of individuals about this. This is not widespread. This is a small group of agents within the surge in the metro area that are performing or acting this way. As a matter of fact, as rumors of this had spread, I've received phone calls from ICE agents and HSI agents indicating this is not how they act, this is not what they do. Regardless, we're calling to action that we have more supervision over the surge, that this type of civil rights violations have to stop. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Henry, the St. Paul Police Department.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Again, my name is Axel Henry. I'm the police chief for the City of St. Paul Police Department. I want to echo the sentiments that were just said and share with you that we've had employees for our city that have experienced some of the same things. Thankfully, not with firearms drawn, but traffic stops that were clearly outside the bounds of what federal agents are allowed to do. We recognize by standing here today that some might say, you're only speaking up because this is happening to the cops. Others will say that we're speaking out against ICE, and that means we want rapists on the street. Neither of those things are true. We want to find some common ground. Law enforcement has more authority than a general citizen. That means we have more responsibility in how we behave. We have to find common ground here, and we have to figure out a way that these processes, which are clearly failing if American citizens are being grabbed or stopped or seized, this can't happen. We have to make sure that everyone's civil rights are intact. I truly want to believe that there isn't anybody on either side of the political aisle that thinks that people's civil rights aren't important. They have to be the cornerstone of everything we do. Yesterday, our country honored Dr. Martin Luther King, and I was struck by the fact, and I'm paraphrasing, but he once said, "We must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools." We can't be foolish. We can't be those fools. So we are asking that we come together and figure out a way for this state and this country to resolve these things before things get any worse. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dewana Witt, Sheriff of Hennepin County. Just yesterday, our nation honored the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. challenged us to at least remember the history, not only to remember history, but also live in its lessons. The theme of this year's MLK breakfast, make a career of humanity. And that is what myself and others are trying to do. We're trying to make sure that humanity remains in the noble profession of policing. As I know what it feels like to be stereotyped, judged, and profiled, I know firsthand what it means to be seen before being understood. Our nation, and particularly our agencies and state, have worked hard to confront the wrongs of the past. The work that has never been perfect and is still progress in the making. We know that we have a lot more to do, but there has been real progress, and it's very important that we do not lose sight of that. But today, unfortunately, we are seeing that progress erode. I am seeing and hearing about people in Hennepin County stopped, questioned, and harassed solely because of the color of their skin, solely being the operative word here. This is not okay now, and it's never been okay. And now, that same discrimination is also spilling into the law enforcement community. Dr. King reminded us that the time is always right to do the right thing. And for those of you in position of leadership, now is not the time to be quiet. When we have concrete examples of profiling, we need to do the right thing. We cannot let people in our communities think that our local law enforcement leadership is okay with the actions that we simply know are not just only wrong, but illegal. We can't just say this is a noble profession and not treat it as such. So what does it mean to be noble? It means someone admired for high moral character, showing qualities like honesty, courage, generosity, honor, and often acting in unselflessness and integrity. Integrity, one of the pillars of this profession. 5 years ago, our city, specifically Minneapolis and Hennepin County, became ground zero for civil unrest. Since that time, local law enforcement has been doing the hard, necessary work to rebuild trust within our communities. Rebuilding a community and an environment where people should feel safe. Rebuilding our law enforcement agencies with the people who honor the humanity that we want in our communities. You see, trust isn't just an abstract idea. Trust means victims of violence feel safe, calling 911. Trust means witnesses coming forward, crimes getting reported. Trust means that communities welcome law enforcement as partners in their community. You see, we just don't want to be a part of our community. We want to be partnered with our communities. And what's going on now is stifling that progress. And on a very basic level, trust means parents are not afraid to let their children go to school or church. Business owners are able to open and thrive off of their hard work of being business owners. The trust is fragile right now, and it is essential. It is an essential element to public safety. Today, that trust is being damaged, broken, by the questionable and sometimes unethical actions of some federal agents, particularly in these last recent weeks. I want to be clear that I am not saying all federal agents, as all of us know that we have become victim. If somebody or one person in law enforcement does something wrong, we all pay the cost. We cannot afford to be stereotyping or generalizing anyone. Our communities have less trust in all law enforcement when this happens, not just the federal agents, but our local law enforcement, and we're here to stay. Those harmful actions causes a ripple effect through all of our professions and through all of our agencies. What I want to assure you is we are here because we all believe that our jobs are to be done professionally, lawfully, and obviously treating people with dignity and respect. Not just marginalized communities, but every single person who calls Minnesota home. This time, this moment is the time to do what's right. We demand more from our federal government, more professionalism, more accountability, more humanity. We demand lawful policing that respects human dignity. We should not be at a point in this profession or any profession where you have to teach people how to treat people. This is the same demand we have for our own public safety professionals who serve, live, raise their own children in our communities every day. I can tell you at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, our deputies will continue to serve and always have professionally, lawfully, and with the respect of every person's humanity, as I'm sure all of these agencies that are represented here today are also doing. And with that, we will all continue to show up, even though times are hard, even though our law enforcement is exhausted, they're being challenged, they're having to go home and face their own families and answer these questions. We are lucky to have men and women in this profession that continue to show up despite the adversity. So we want to thank you for having us here today, and at this time we'll take questions. And yes, sorry.
Can you talk about kind of the emotional distance there may be between wanting to put criminals away and seeing the constitutional violation and the racial profiling that is part of this mass operation here with that as the same tool?
Good morning. My name is Imran Ali. I am R-A-N-A-L-I. I'm an attorney here in Minnesota. Work a lot with law enforcement from corner to corner. I think it is. I mean, that is exactly what it is. That's a very difficult issue that's before us. But the reality still remains is that the Constitution applies to everyone, and we have, and I think it's echoed, with the speakers that we've had today. We have federal ICE officers that are in their line of duty, right? They have to do what they do, right? I mean, they're ordered to do so, and they're carrying out those lawful efforts. And what we see, though, is we see people that are obstructing in that. As a lawyer, that's still a violation of the law. What we can do is we can talk about the tactics and the emotion that's there, and there's a place for that, and that place is to be discussed a lot, and also in the courtroom. And so, to give pause that what's happening here, there are mechanisms in place. There are lawsuits that we all know about. We've seen them almost every day. Something's going out. Those will play out in the court. But what can't happen, what cannot happen, is video after video of our local law enforcement officers being yelled at and threatened to by the public when they're simply there to work on behalf of the community. And I've heard from dozens and dozens of officers, and I've seen those videos. That can't happen. And that's what is increasing this temperature. It's the rhetoric and what we're seeing.
And we are just listening in live there to Twin Cities Police speaking on federal agents, as we do know that there are several protests and walkouts scheduled here for today. And I wanted to share this live look here with you that this shot does keep freezing, and we do apologize for that here. But this is a walkout at Kennesaw University in Atlanta. They're protesting ICE operations in Atlanta. We do know students at universities and high schools across North Georgia are planning walkouts today to protest the stepped-up immigration enforcement under the Trump administration. Demonstrations expected on multiple campuses as we do bring you that live look. Once again, we do apologize. That is freezing there. We will work on that shot and bring it to you if we do get it again. All right, we are going to step away for a commercial break. We'll head back to that press conference out of St. Paul on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. Let's take you right back out to St. Paul, Minnesota, as we are listening in here to Twin Cities Police speaking on federal agents and ICE.
Situation to do it right. I just fundamentally don't believe that it's coming from the top. In fact, I believe that I don't think the leaders in Washington, D.C. fully understand what some of their groups are doing here on the street and how much damage that they're causing, and that's why we are here to kind of bring this to light. What evidence is the question that you asked? What actual evidence do I have? None other than agents that I've talked to and leadership in certain groups of teams have made it clear that this is unacceptable behavior, that they've never been told this is okay. In fact, that they know it's not okay. They're held accountable to a higher standard, which makes me believe that what I fundamentally believe that this is a small group of individuals performing this. And I will be honest, this really to me started 2 weeks ago, which feels like was the last surge of Border Patrol when they arrived, is when we started seeing this really change of behavior where it's street level jump outs or traffic stops, which the federal government is not allowed to do traffic stops and tell people that they're stopping them for speeding, which is what we're seeing. That's not allowed. They are not able to do that. They need to have reasonable suspicion that somebody is here illegally for them to stop them, whether on the street or the other stop them in a vehicle. So.
What is a small group? Are you talking about dozens of agents, a handful of agents?
The question is, what is a small group? I absolutely have no idea. This is far outside of my purview as a local police chief, but what I do know is it's really impacting my community, what my community does and how they feel, and it's impacting our brand as police officers, our brand of how hard we work to build trust, to police in a way that builds legitimacy in what we do. And when people armed with rifles that have just police across their vest get out and act a certain way, of course, our public thinks that's us. Many agencies that you've probably seen, and many of them are behind me, have had to put out pamphlets showing what a Brooklyn Park police officer looks like and what an ICE agent looks like, to make sure that we tell community they are different. Those are not Brooklyn Park officers or St. Paul officers or Brooklyn Center officers. Those are ICE agents. To answer your question specifically, I have no idea what groups or who it is or how many, but I know it is a small portion of the whole.
One more follow-up. What message do you think it sends to the public in view of police chief who've had decades of law enforcement experience? What message does it send to the public when you are having a hard time getting answers from the Department of Homeland Security?
Yeah, the question is what message does it send to the community if I, as a police chief, have a hard time getting answers? How does that leave the community for them to get answers? I think it makes them feel lost. It makes them feel concerned. It makes them feel fearful. And that's why we're here today.
Chief Eric James, really for Chief or any of the law enforcement leaders, they're getting these complaints. I'm wondering, is there anything that your agencies are you investigating these complaints that U.S. citizens or anybody else is bringing up? These concerns with officers, are you investigating them? Do you have the jurisdiction to investigate these complaints?
Select jurisdiction, investigate complaints, so we're getting complaints, what are we doing with them in the jurisdiction to investigate them? Answers, no. Yeah, the question is about jurisdiction, and when we get those complaints, what do we do with those? Again, really difficult because we have, the federal government, and we also have on the state side of it as well. Obviously, I know that any law enforcement department in Minnesota is going to take any complaint that they get, but what sort of teeth do they have? What sort of enforcement do they have under the law? That is different. Again, the big issue here is it seems if people are that rhetoric is just passing like this. Everybody's passing and then they're saying things and they're not getting it in their head. It's clear that those avenues that can be utilized for the United States citizens that feel that something is happening, we've seen those lawsuits, and those lawsuits are appropriate, and the courtroom where those are discussed, that's appropriate as well. But as far as the mechanism for us to investigate those on a state side, it's just not there.
We'll take a couple more questions.
Eric James with WCCO and CBS News Minnesota. It seems to me there's a patchwork of federal agents from different agencies all on the ground. There have been notices of
inconsistencies based on different training, different tactics used between those agencies?
We know that we talked with leadership within our federal authorities, and there has been question about the amount of training. Is the training consistent with what they were getting, say, 6 years ago? Are they going through Flexi? And then what is the vetting process like? Those have been conversations, again, at some of the highest levels that we've had. Again, they don't share that stuff with us, but I get the sense that there are some mutual feelings and that the training, some of them are not well trained. And again, I want to be careful because we do know that there's some that has impeccable training and are good at their jobs. But we are seeing an influx here, you know, to the question earlier, you know, what's a small number? Minnesota, we're seeing this in different areas. It's not just the metro area. We're hearing about it in other areas. It's the impact. This is one of those things where you don't worry about the numbers. We need to talk about the impact on what that 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth incident is causing to all Minnesotans.
What you're seeing on the streets, what's your message?
Well, we have spoken to some leadership both locally with their supervisors, but also there's been a series, and you know, just as recently as this morning, and I think there's actually another one scheduled for this afternoon, where higher up elected officials are meeting with law enforcement leaders from all over the state. As you can imagine, some jurisdictions are a lot smaller than others, but we're pulling that together to get that combined message. What we're trying to get out there is that this isn't just a one-off. This isn't something that's being experienced in the way that maybe it's being described all the time on the news. That these are very specific complaints that are happening literally everywhere in our state. And so we're trying to gather that as a combined voice, and we're really trying to make it clear. We understand that there is a feeling right now that if you stand up and say something, there might be a retaliation against you. None of us want that. None of us are suggesting that there isn't a legitimate lawful authority to operate here as federal agents. But we are trying to come together to say, can we please find a pathway forward? Can we find a way to make sure that we can do these things without scaring the hell out of our community members and freaking everyone out? People are afraid right now, and I get it. We watch the news and we see very, very angry groups of people out protesting. But the people that we're dealing with as police chiefs are the people that are scared to death, that are afraid to go outside, not because their status is in question, but because they're hearing and they're seeing that they know people that are getting stopped by the way that they looked, and they don't want to take that risk.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And once again, we were just listening in there to that press conference as Twin Cities law enforcement were speaking on ICE concerns. Now, I also wanted to bring you this live look here once again that we are just getting into our newsroom here. And this is a planned walkout at Kennesaw University. Students protesting ICE operations in Atlanta. And as I've been sharing here, we do know that there are several walkouts planned. Students at the University of Georgia set to join the protests this afternoon. Similar walkouts also planned at schools across the region, including Emory University, where a demonstration is scheduled as well for today. Did want to share this live look here with you as we do step away for a commercial break. If you are just joining us, thank you so much. My name is Christy Matino. Now, before we do go away for that break, I do want to remind you that we are watching the White House, and that's because we are expecting to hear from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in just a matter of moments here. That's slated for 1 p.m. Eastern time, leaving you with this other live image inside the White House as we step away for that break. We'll be right back. And welcome back. The World Economic Forum is underway in Switzerland, and we have been sharing with you here throughout the morning several live speakers and discussions. I wanted to bring you this one now. This just concluded within the hour here as we were listening into this discussion on path to peace in Ukraine.
What's your best guess for where we end up and what that will mean for Europe? Where do you think this conflict pauses?
Well, thank you for the introduction, but the only thing I have to correct is that, yes, we do have, unfortunately, quite some experience with Russia and Russian aggression over the course of the past, not only decades, but years, hundreds of years. But I still don't understand Russia, and I certainly don't sympathize with the imperialistic ambitions of that country that's apparently still is ongoing. Now, we would hope for peace, but for a peace to last, it needs to be just, it needs to be genuine. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any concessions on the side of Russia to reach a proper peace deal in Ukraine. And let's face it, it was Russia almost 4 years ago who started the invasion in the first place, and it could be Russia yesterday, today, tomorrow to decide that there's no war. What we need to do now collectively is that we increase the pressure on Russia, because we do see that that country is in economic decline and will be so also long into the future. They won't have any strategic benefit over the course of the coming years. The only thing is, of course, that they are apparently willing to lose their last man and use their final ruble on the war of aggression. But we can't allow that to happen, and I think as the free world, we need to stay the course and keep on supporting Ukraine, ramp up the pressure on Russia, and third, and this I'm taking home to Europe in general, we should be massively now investing in our defense and deterrence. And I think the decisions made last summer in The Hague were exactly the right ones, and certainly also something which Finland has been driving for many, many years, since we have taken our defense and deterrence very seriously, always.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Anand, could I ask you, Canada is a member of NATO. Canada is one of the closest neighbors to the United States, obviously. How involved do you think NATO is at this point in the negotiations, in the plans to end this conflict, or is it really just in the hands of the President of the United States?
Well, I guess I will, first of all, thank you for having me here, and hello, everyone. And obviously, I'm very happy that we're having a panel about Ukraine to discuss Ukraine, because, as you suggested, the attention is being diverted away from the potential ceasefire that has been on the table, and the very point, and I want to underline this, that there should be nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. This is fundamentally important as we consider the 20-point peace plan, as we discuss the security guarantees and the efforts of the Coalition of the Willing. The fundamental principle of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states is what Canada believes to be the driver of the negotiations and the outcome. Again, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And Canada has a distinct relationship with Ukraine, not just as a NATO member, not as the neighbor of the United States, but a distinct relationship with Ukraine. We have, outside of Russia, the largest population of Ukrainians outside of Ukraine. We have put the largest per capita amount of support, financial support towards Ukraine, military, economic, financial, infrastructure-related support at $22.5 billion for a country of 40 million, people. We are co-leading the effort to bring Ukrainian children home and have spearheaded that vis-a-vis 20,000 Ukrainian children. We'll be holding a worldwide conference in the fall in Toronto to ensure that we're bringing countries on the return of Ukrainian children home. I just stress this to reiterate that our foreign policy vis-a-vis Ukraine is distinct, and it will continue, and we will always be there in the short and the long term to ensure that the sovereignty and longevity of Ukraine is sustained. And that I was the Minister of National Defense at the time of the further illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. I saw from that perspective the incursions into the Donbass and the fall of Ukrainian soldiers unjustifiably. How can we now, the question is, how can we, in the coalition of the willing, in the sense of NATO allies, continue the work that we need to do, which is support Ukraine, ensure those security guarantees are in place, and ensure that Ukraine has the future that its people deserve.
Thank you. I'm going to press you gently. It's very admirable, and I understand Canada's position, but in the end, isn't it true that this decision to end this war will not be made in Ottawa, it won't be made in Brussels, it will be made by the President of the United States? How and effectively when this war is ended?
Well, with great respect, if one really adheres to the principle of territorial integrity and state sovereignty, those very principles upon which the international legal order is based, then one must admit that unless Ukraine is at the table, that the resolution would not be just.
All right, so once again, we're listening in here to the World Economic Forum panel on Ukraine. We're going to head back to that in just a moment here, but it does look like the White House press briefing might be getting underway here any moment now. So we're going to step away for a commercial break, our final one of the hour. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is 12:55 on the East Coast and 9:55 on the West Coast. We are anticipating the White House press briefing to kick off here any moment now. We have a bunch of eyes on this. Here's another angle that I've been sharing here with you. Once this does begin, of course, we will head right over to it. In the meantime, we're going to head back to the World Economic Forum as we're listening to a discussion on Ukraine. On the other side of that will be my colleague Stephanie Quinu. My name is Christy Matino. Thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Effectively, when this war is ended?
Well, with great respect, if one really adheres to the principle of territorial integrity and state sovereignty, those very principles upon which the international legal order is based, then one must admit that unless Ukraine is at the table, that the resolution would not be just.
And I think that is an excellent point, and I think that is what we are facing right now, is perhaps a lack of respect for those exact principles that you're discussing. Senator, I'd like to turn to you. I noticed you're wearing a pin. Could you tell us about the pin that you're wearing?
Well, as importantly, I'm wearing colors of Ukraine.
That's true.
And that's intentional. It wasn't accidental. I brought this from the United States for this purpose. So I was in Denmark before I arrived here for 2 days. And I guess
not in Greenland.
I'm sorry?
You didn't go to Nuuk?
Not yet. But to really indicate that I and a number of other members have made it very clear that the way that we're going about projecting power in the Arctic is costly, divisive, and unnecessary. We'll have a different panel discussion about that. But with respect to Ukraine, I completely agree with the minister. I've said from the beginning that there can be no resolution in Ukraine without Ukraine at the table, and actually without Ukraine's criteria for their freedom, for their territorial integrity. Those are all decisions that have to be made by the president, his advisors, and the Ukrainian people. The United States may be able to play a facilitating role, but I think that other NATO members and other European members should also have a say in that, because let's face it, we're talking about European security. We're talking about the security of a country that has a 1,340-mile or 40-kilometer border now. Thank you, Vladimir Putin, for letting us add Sweden and Finland to the mix. Look, Vladimir Putin is a murderer. He's a liar on his best day. And what we're seeing in Ukraine are his worst days. I was in Bucha. I was in Kyiv and Bucha last year after the Munich Security Conference. You can't trust him. We have to have, beyond Ukraine and the United States, we also have to have eyes on it from NATO allies, particularly those in the area, to make sure that we have a lasting and fair peace. But I think we have to look at everything that Vladimir Putin says and run it through a truth filter, because he simply can't be trusted. So this agreement has to be very specific, and there have to be consequences for violating it.
Can I ask you very directly, do you think that all the noise around Greenland, the threats of tariffs, I know we're going to talk about it in other settings, but do you believe that all of this talk about Greenland is to distract from the fact that there was hopefully going to be a deal announced this week and now there isn't?
Well, I can never get in the minds of people advising the president, but it certainly hasn't distracted Congress. I think you'll see an appropriations measure in place that will demonstrate financial support for Ukraine that will move through the Senate and the Congress in the coming weeks. In the United States, this president forces us all to be able to walk and chew gum. We can't just be focused on one issue. And I think in this case, we have to continue to focus on the real threat. There's no threat in Greenland, which is why, I think it's something that we need to de-escalate, something that we need to advise the president on a peaceful, more unifying path to achieving his goals, which we can talk about separately. But here the focus is on Ukraine. I think the American people still continue to support Ukraine, and this is an election year. Those who veer too far away may have electoral consequences to deal with, frankly.
And that's what I love about the fact that you're on our panel, because you're not running for election this year.
Yeah, but if, as I told the minister, if you check my record in the first administration, I was equally outspoken. Here's the point. This is where it's very important. I support the majority of President Trump's policies. I'll give you a good example in Greenland. I support the what? Being able to project power in the Arctic. My goodness, anyone in NATO should understand that as a priority. We had Russia and China actually in military exercises in the Arctic for the first time, large-scale military exercises. So clearly, we have to have a power projection platform, and Greenland makes a lot of geographic sense. But you're talking about a territory that has offered for $1 one of their military bases. At the height of our relationship with Greenland and Denmark, we had 17 military operations there. We have one today. For anyone to suggest that in order for us to be present in Greenland and project power, that it requires some financial transaction, which incidentally, as a fiscal conservative, would be more costly than we need to achieve the president's aim. And I think over time, hopefully, we'll get the president to recognize that and have the policy that that's commensurate with that.
I suppose the argument is that in a world where China, with Russia as a somewhat client state, rising in its power, if the United States does not own that territory, that they could get very severe and serious pushback from a Europe that is wavering between the United States and a very, very powerful China. Anyway, that's
yeah, but again, if I can, just briefly, a part of
please weigh in as well.
A part of what we have to, a part of the reason that we're here is President Trump's justifiable frustration with some of our brothers and sisters in NATO who came far short of their investment in our mutual defense over the last 20 years. I've been the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group for 20 years. Collectively, $2 trillion with a T has not been spent to achieve the minimum that our colleagues should have in NATO. Can you imagine what deterrent effect there would have been if every member of NATO had actually invested the $2 trillion over 20 years? What would that have done for modernization? What would that have done for the industrial base? So I think a part of the president's frustration, and no one can doubt that everyone paying up to the minimum now and now achieving 5% limits, anyone credit anyone other than Donald Trump's not been following current events. Every past president in this century attempted to do it, and they didn't. So I think he's frustrated by that. But that frustration should not transcend into the current policy posture with respect to Greenland. I think we have to de-escalate it, but I hope that this is an important lesson learned by those of us who care about NATO and believe it's the most consequential and important treaty in the history of man. Let's make sure that we don't drift again, or we put ourselves in the same sort of vulnerable position that we find ourselves today.
Well, could I just emphasize the importance of focusing on Ukraine, which is what this panel is about. We have heard from someone from the president's office, in fact, the president of Ukraine's office, Zelensky's office, about the importance of security guarantees and the importance of Ukraine deciding its own sovereign future. And I think the onus is on us to ensure that we are supporting Ukraine as it enters, yet another year. We're almost 4 years on since the further illegal invasion. And we need to seek a resolution, and we need to ensure that Ukraine's at the table in that process. So the real question, if this is truly a panel about Ukraine, the real question is how we can support this process. I agree with you. We don't hold the levers to ensure that a ceasefire occurs ourselves. But that doesn't mean that we withdraw and do nothing. In fact, what it means is we search for the means by which we can assist and ensure that the rule of law and that territorial integrity, meaning the geographical boundaries of Ukraine, remain intact.
I agree completely.
I'd like to turn to Mr. Budanov and bring the focus back, as you rightly say we should. Would it be fair to say that today Russia is winning the war?
Look, no. We cannot state that Russia has won or is winning, because otherwise we would not be talking about it. If there was the fact of its victory, we would not be talking about it. But we can all see that the negotiations are ongoing. I would like to make a comment as regards the previous speeches. I think you're not quite correct when you say that Ukraine should have a place at the negotiating table. We are in the process of negotiation. As I said in the very beginning, I have come here today from Miami, where we were doing preparatory work with the staff of President Trump, with whom I don't think I need to remind you. We are in the process. And this process is, thank goodness, it's not happening without us. But going back to the issue of Russia, we need to remember that we are not able to kick them out from this process. We have tried. It didn't work. And this is almost year 4, in fact, year 12 of this war. We need to understand there are some unpleasant people and some very unpleasant countries, but we're not going to just close our eyes to it and it will go away. Unfortunately, we have to deal with them. Unfortunately, we have to deal with them. We have had to deal with them and we'll have to deal with them again. I'm grateful to the United States and to the states of Europe and Canada. Don't think that I'm ignoring you. Or to all of you who have been helping us all of these years and are helping us, we will need your help. We will really need your help and your support, because without your participation in this process, our position will weaken further. And then we'll be in a weak position. It'll be very difficult to speak from a weak position. Impossible. So please stay with us and let's put aside some of our disagreements that we have between some of our countries that have been helping us all of this time. We need to join efforts, we need to mobilize, and we need to finish the job. We need a just peace, that's true. We need security guarantees. We need a plan for the reconstruction of Ukraine. But any arguments within, in our midst, will not help this. That's my answer.
Ask you a follow-on question, which is that what is it, do you think that Vladimir Putin will be satisfied with some territorial concessions, a cessation of hostilities, and a promise that Ukraine in the foreseeable future will not join NATO? Or do you think that will be a holding position for Russia to and embolden Vladimir Putin and his administration to restart the hostilities at a future date, not too far in the future?
Це питання перемовин, знову ж таки.
It's a matter for negotiation again, yes. That's first of all. Secondly, as regards NATO, it is clear that for the Russian Federation, it is the most used argument that they have been using all of these years. Once again, this is 12 years now, and they've been justified their aggression against Ukraine with this. And it all started with the occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, when their main justification was two justifications. First, it is the deep ties with the Russian nation, which just sounds so strange. And the main one they were emphasizing, it's to secure the Russian Federation from NATO, to protect the Russian Federation from NATO, because they had, according to their propaganda, there were already plans for NATO forces in Crimea, and they were forced to annex Crimea in order to stop this. Then they went into the Donbass. They used the anti-NATO rhetoric in a more superficial way, but they did. And then we went into the stage of the large-scale invasion in 2022, when one of their main justifications was the reason they were stating that they were saving Russia from a NATO enlargement to the east, which, according to the, i.e., Ukraine's accession.
Yes. Yes. It's so hot. Can we open the door?
I'm gonna roll this up like I do with my dog.
Same.
Not in here. It's the only place where we don't.
Oh, so hot. Yes, I hear you. Stand back. That's amazing. Black or whatever. Black. The grape leaves. They're called black. What is it? Yes. Galanji, that's right. There's something that's on the pastry with cheese. Borax. Right. Yeah. Ran out of great. You guys ran out of great very quickly. That was the problem. They're very good. Of course, the churches ran out. Many churches. Twice a year. What do they do? They did. Did he say Borat? Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Two medical officers, and they handle medical fitness, pathology, toxicology, injury causation, and so forth. So they're looking at the medical aspects of an accident. And so we have two folks who do that. They're medical doctors. And so today we're going to go through the materials laboratory and the recorder's laboratory on the 5th floor. So we won't be going through any of the other spaces that we have. And but in general, we have about over 20,000 square foot of laboratory space between here and our other spaces. I think that's all I was going to cover. We have our chief from the materials laboratory, Don Kramer, who you'll meet in a minute, and then Chris Babcock and Sean Payne are our branch chiefs for the recorder's laboratory, and they'll also be doing tours. So I think at this point, are we going to?
Yeah, actually, could you just walk folks through, say, like the life cycle of wreckage, like let's use the door plug on the Alaska Airlines door plug as an example. And just walk us through how you get it, what you do, and where it goes.
Yeah, sure. Matter of fact, I think Don Kramer's going to talk a little bit about it. He has a couple posters up on that, so you'll get to see that. But the laboratories in general, sometimes we will launch on an accident to support investigators on scene. Mainly our work there would be to determine, for example, in the materials lab, which critical pieces of evidence should we cut or acquire, and how should we pack it and prepare it so that it will be safe in its return to headquarters or other places that may have to go, or some places where it may be in storage. And then also in the recorders group, we would be supporting perhaps on scene in terms of like doing some local data downloads and also helping investigators figure out where the recorders are, providing guidance if they're, as was discussed earlier, if they're submerged in water or salt water, what is a proper procedure for getting them safely back to headquarters. So we start, as soon as there's a launch, we're involved. We may be talking to the investigators in charge. If we need to send people out, we will. If we can handle it from headquarters, we will. Once evidence is identified, we have an evidence coordinator, manager that is oftentimes on scene to help pack evidence in the proper way, get it back to headquarters. Once it's here, we're going to to unload it and bring it out and document it. Oftentimes that process may involve our party members, so sometimes we may wait to have everybody present before we start to address or work on evidence. But in many big cases, we need to have access to the evidence very quickly because there may be a safety issue that we're trying to address in real time. And that's particularly true in the recorders area where we need to get the voice and cockpit recorders and FDR's downloaded, and is a safety issue that needs to be addressed in real time. You know, we do group exams where manufacturer and some operators will help us with getting us engineering data and supporting the investigation. But we'll analyze the data here in the lab or in the recorder's lab. We'll analyze components. We do a lot of photo documentation, do full-blown evidence control program to make sure that we know where our evidence is at all times. You know, we write reports as we're going along, take notes, right, and we'll write factual and analysis reports to support the work that's been performed. And then at the end, after the accident is done and of events. And so we may be there for a month working with the recovery team to help pull the evidence out of the mud and get it out, lay it out, and try to decide which pieces are absolutely critical to come back to the lab, which pieces we may put in storage until in case we need them, and then other things that may be returned back so that they can get, you know, they won't have the bridge over right away, but in terms of like other cases, they can return back to normal, for example, in a rail case or something like that.
Well, what about like
just take a couple of questions,
I was
Josh.
wondering if you could speak to how tedious this process is. I mean, if you've got, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands or millions of parts on maybe a single modern commercial airliner, if there's a fire, it goes in the water, and you come up with, you know, this one little part that is, you know, at least contributed.
Yeah.
How does that work? How do you get from point A to point Z?
Well, you know, it does start on scene. Our on-scene investigators are very good at identifying components of concern, and so it's a collaborative effort to get that stuff into the laboratory. But then, like was mentioned earlier, very small scratches and small marks can make a big difference. They can really tell us a lot of information. And so we just have our senses kind of tuned in to doing that sort of work at a very tedious level. We have a lot of microscopes. I think in the materials area, Don Kramer will show you some of the techniques and tools we use to really look at that. And then there's a lot of our engineering judgments. We're all engineers, many with advanced degrees. And so, you know, we just are well trained to be able to sort of like hone in on the right componentry and the right areas. You'll hear a lot about how we do a lot of analysis of fracture surfaces, and we can study a fracture surface and tell a lot about how the part had to be loaded to break the way it did. Was there something wrong with the material at hand, or was it sort of like an expected fracture for the situation? So there's a lot of like background, mechanical engineering or mechanics background or chemical analysis background that factors into how we will decide what to do with samples. And at all times, every step is documented. Any sort of destructive steps are documented before we embark on something that will change the state of the component. And all that will appear in our factual reports.
If I could also add, you'll hear us oftentimes on scene say, if you have taken any video or any photos, anything, you have something to report that to witness@ntsb.gov. Many times photos and videos, once we determine they're accurate, they are, of course, might be misleading based on the angle, but they may help us determine we want to look at something in that because of something we saw or our investigators saw.
What about the difficulties of, say, like you were talking about, obviously burn marks on the ground from explosions, but when it comes to something like, say, the tragedy on the water, how do you sort of contain that scene or at least go through the evidence with that? Because unlike most things, like the ground is always shifting.
I can't talk too much about that, but we did have the evidence on land. We had it in a hangar, and we had our structures and our materials and our systems teams all essentially poring over the evidence. And there are certain protocols they use to identify, the componentry, and then try to like hone in and rule out things that probably were secondary versus things that were more causal. And so you have to do some sort of evidence layout many times. Sometimes we do it in hangars, and sometimes we do it on scene in another way. But most cases we do some layout of evidence as much as we need to grasp the sequence of events that may have happened using the real data, using the real samples. Will?
Yeah, Will Guys, Fund at the Air Current. Thanks for having us, first of all. Chair, you kind of mentioned this a little bit, but I'm curious if you could talk about how, if at all, like, AI and the prevalence of, like, computer-generated images has like, prevented or hampered, like, do you guys receive reports that are sometimes wrong, or, like, you just get images that are false?
Yes. Sorry.
No,
do
go
you
ahead.
want to finish?
Please, yeah.
Yes, we do receive videos and photos that are not from that accident scene often. We have a team that goes through those and speaks with our investigators. I can think of, if you remember, the Kobe Bryant, Calabasas. There was a helicopter crash that was replayed over social media over and over again, and it actually wasn't even that accident at all. And that, for us, is a waste of time for our folks, because then they're still combing through a number of other pieces of evidence, and certainly videos and photos. But sometimes they're very helpful. For example, the mid-air collision in Ketchikan, where, I'm thinking of something for you. We had a mid-air collision in Ketchikan between a beaver and an otter. Airplanes. Airplanes, sorry.
Thank you for that. We never, this agency covers everything.
And some of the photos that we were able to get in the lab actually helped us in determining how the two planes came together. But on your AI question, I have seen more and more these AI videos that come out, and a bunch of, you've got podcasters and bloggers and you name it, and they give every theory possible, which leads people down a path that can be very wrong. We know it, but we're still in the midst of an investigation, but it's very misleading to the public, dangerous, and it's not helpful.
Do you think that's gotten worse in recent years, or is it harder to qualify?
Definitely more in recent years.
Mike, you mentioned, we'll go to you, Karin, Mike. I was just going to say, when Mike mentioned to me once, when you're hiring scientists for this work, this is not regular science. This is what's the test that you do to see if a scientist can do this sort of work?
I'm not sure that there's not a formal test,
yeah.
but we're certainly looking for folks who have a high degree of curiosity, and obviously they need to have sort of the technical background, and then just the sort of the drive to do this kind of forensic work and failure analysis work, and then recorders downloading type work. Just have a passion for doing it. So yeah, that's what we.
But they're usually showing it a pile at the end, and then having to figure out how that pile got there, which is a completely different way of thinking than normal.
Yeah, sometimes you have to be able to sort of look at the wreckage, sort of like unfold it in your mind, try to figure out like what was up, what was down, what's front, what was back, and that's something that's, sort of like something that's hard to teach in school, but you have to sort of get it from being on the job and having that sort of experience.
With that said, we have had recent graduates
We
come
have,
in,
yeah.
and they've been phenomenal. So it's all sorts of experience. Listened to by the whole group.
Every party can send a representative.
Designate. Not every party, if they're designated to that group working on the CVR. Yes.
And then the other thing I just wanted to ask about is that, obviously you're working with, as one of my colleagues said, like thousands and thousands of components of actual hard evidence of what was involved in any sort of an accident, right? How much are you sticking exclusively to testing, analyzing those things, and how often do you end up doing any sort of like modeling and mimicking process to try to get your own outside analysis or parallel analysis? Does that ever come up?
It does, yeah. Oftentimes we may actually we'll scan the componentry, for example, and we get all the accurate dimensions of even with the damaged, and we may feed that into math models to help us figure out what kind of loads have to be present to create this level of damage. We do, so there's math modeling, finite element modeling, and other sorts of modeling done in the materials area. And then the vehicle performance group is purely a modeling-based group, and so they take data from the recorders team, from the FDR, maybe even CVR information, and they will be able to try to use that all information to build a time sequence of what the vehicle was doing, and it's oftentimes there's some simulation that's involved with doing that work.
Joe,
what's the most important evidence in an investigation like this? We hear a lot about the recordings, the voice recorders or the flight data. Just in our coverage, is that the most important a line of evidence to go into that, and related to that, is that always obvious, like what is being said on those recordings? Do you have to do, any kind of special analysis of what are we hearing here? How do we interpret the words going back and forth here?
Some of that may want to ask Sean and Chris about a little bit more, but in terms of, for the recorders part of it, in terms of what's the most important evidence, that's a very broad question. I mean, there's so many factors for an accident, and within the first several days or even weeks and early months, we may not know what's really absolutely critical, so we treat everything. We just treasure every piece of evidence we get, and we try to compile all that and decide what is really the key factors with an investigation. It could be interviews with various people if it's a human factors based type of accident, but so it's hard to say any one thing. Sometimes it's a very small learning that we have that changes the tables on everything we knew about it, and we just have to have like very wide open eyes and be receptive to all the data and take a look at it in aggregate. I don't know if anybody wants to add any more.
It's never one thing, and it changes depending on the investigation.
It was helpful to have the door plug.
Yeah, that was very helpful. Thank you, Bob.
Yes, yeah.
Pete, and then let's do a couple more questions, then we'll get on with the tour. Pete.
Did you say only 10 people work here on this floor?
No. So in the materials laboratory, we have 10 people.
That's just in the materials.
Just in the materials laboratory. In the recorder's laboratory, we have 17 people.
Okay.
And in research and engineering, we have 49 people in total. There are more people on this floor. We have our aviation investigation group is here, our IT department is here, and so forth. So there's other organizations on this floor.
I guess the only reason why I ask is that I feel like every time there's a big incident, we hear of the black boxes coming here, and it seems like it's really not all that big, and it seems like it's a pretty small team. And so would you like for there to be more people, more funding, more help when it comes to this kind of place?
I would say yes. The answer would be yes to all of that. Yes.
That is yes, of course.
That's your job, right?
That is my job. Yes, we do. We do a lot with very little. We have 415 employees on right now and still hiring, if you know of anyone. But, like Mike said, it's 49 in research and engineering. I will say in the modes, we also have structural engineers and others that work with them. But you might have an investigator or an engineer, let's say a structural engineer that has 20 different cases. And that's a lot. So the more resources we have, how that plays out for the public and others, including, say those who can make change, is the more people we have, the less cases, and the ability to get to what happened and why faster.
Can I follow up on it a little bit, because it seems like, I know we know that 2025 wasn't more dangerous when it comes to aviation, but you have to admit it was kind of a remarkable year when it comes to really large-scale aviation incidents, and I feel like this place was sort of in the news, for lack of a better term, rightly or wrongly, a lot.
Yes.
How strapped are you here?
So a couple of things. I will say we have gotten a lot of support, which, from the very beginning, we were exempt from deferred resignation. We were accepted and allowed to hire, so we were accepted from the hiring freeze for modal positions. Our operational divisions, very much, they did have a freeze for a while, and so those need to be brought back up in numbers. For example, Mike can't do what he does if we don't have people in the chief financial officer's office. Our investigators can't do what they do if we don't have somebody to train or somebody to hire. We're down to one hiring person. So we do need to bring the numbers up. I will say the Office of Personnel Management just about a week and a half ago approved our strategic hiring plan, which means now we are free to hire in those operational offices, which is great. So we are rapidly looking for people. So if I could just put a for hire on any of your news, go to USA Jobs.
Open for work.
Open for work. But it does. A little bit of funding and the ability to hire goes a long way for us. 70% of our budget goes to our workforce. So it's people that are our greatest assets that allow us to do what we do.
Wait, let's get Lori first and then Josh, and then that's it. Yeah.
Did the shutdown have budget impact? What impact did the shutdown have on your work?
So for us, we were 70%, and it's a little over 70% accepted, so we were in the office doing our work. I think where we did see an impact is other agencies who might be parties to our investigation. Team is very good at recognizing when somebody might need some peer support and try to reach out to them as well. But objective, I have never seen an agency, and I mean this, so focused on the mission itself. Yes, there are human lives, and certainly you think about that. We are all human. But the focus then is what happened and how do we prevent it. And that puts everybody on a very objective, fact-based. We are focusing on the evidence to drive us to the conclusions and how you would prevent that from happening. But this agency is very good at making sure that they are focused on the mission so it doesn't happen to another family.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. So,
Great.
Chris, how many? What do I do?
We're going to go through this door and they can come around.
Okay. All right. So we need a maximum of like 10. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the first. Let's
This is the perfect time to go. Just go down.
You'd have a little stylus actually inscribing the data onto a foil roll. So that goes back to about the 1950s. In the 1960s, we moved to magnetic tape. This is an example of one of those recorders, and that's when the cockpit voice recorder was introduced. So back then, and in some cases today, the cockpit voice recorder would record 30 minutes of audio on a continuous loop, and there would be 4 tracks of information. Magnetic tape allowed us to get more data on a flight data recorder, so we were able to get additional parameters and additional duration. The current standard now for flight data recorders, they all have to record either 88 or 91 different parameters, depending on the type of airplane. However, new airplanes, modern airplanes coming off the line today will have well more than 1,000 different data sources on board. Like I said, this is kind of the 3rd generation. It's solid state, so there's no moving parts. They're very reliable. They can be shaped a little differently. So this is what we call the crash survivable memory unit. And this is what we're looking for. It's this part right here. If the rest of this box doesn't make it or is damaged or destroyed in an accident, it doesn't matter as long as we have this one right here. So in the case of an accident on a damaged recorder, we would first remove the housing here. And I can pass this around. This is what has to meet all of the crash standards. So more than 3,400 times the force of gravity, withstanding a fire of more than 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 20,000 feet of sea pressure. So they're pretty robust. And inside this is the actual memory unit itself. For this model here, this is what it looks like. It's a little memory puck. If you open it up, it's a stack of four memory cards with some digital memory storage on board. So that's what this big thing here is to do, is to protect what's on there, and if anybody wants to get an idea of.
Why do they call it a black box then?
You know, I've heard lots of different stories. Sometimes accident where there's fire.
They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people. Vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are living, if they're apprehended, and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. Now, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here is another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. The dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners, Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why, one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now, I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong-arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it here. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame. Shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it was a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty, I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff, too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So, I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth. And America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country, and we had 5%. Nobody in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20%. If we do it right, if we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history. And we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting, maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401ks through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now all of a sudden she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country, and you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary was tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. Had a 62% reduction. Next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. To me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about health care. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. That's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did. But it works better for us under my leadership. It's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in. and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. And I said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't say, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take them. They say, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country, and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept it back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I wanted to do 10. In my first 4 years, I did. When we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year, I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations, regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slashed the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slashed it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. And we did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment, and they were very good. But we could make them great, but we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where they had 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs. And they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people, and then they hire another million, and they load it up, and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, you know, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, I want to, when you have good people in the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of the jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, you know, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government, it's no good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, oh, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they wouldn't cut. They would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Now, 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers, these are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in, unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases they're criminals, in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. Think of it, 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Removed tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, and other dangerous places. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, you know what they're good at? That's about the only thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up to, I mean, you talk about a blow up. Bad, we've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it, because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, a really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilhan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here. comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I were an elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out, let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters, one guy is winning by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take this guy out, let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people work so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, you know, China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, they're American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again, too, you know. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all, the rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know, to me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out, permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. And Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing, and we have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, it was we could do the same thing with Chicago. You know, we brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight, you know, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group, and, you know, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another. Nationwide, the motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places. I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail. There's a reason for bail, long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League Baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. It was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think, it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to, oh, here. Now if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. That was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran. Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out, because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it. This country would, I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan, they were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. The beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat at one side, one sat at the other. He said, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I say millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? It's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got along, and they liked me. I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I've worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they paid the 5%, and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right? You remember during the debate? Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to $1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful, those big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. Renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deals with Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Drew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably with all the illegals, you know. China probably knows more accurately. But we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them. Every year, seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it. And bigger and better, we need it. Peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying $500 million. They were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended, the UN Relief and Works Agency we ended, and the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard, but we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another wreck. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. that caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam, and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you think, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stop Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. That's having to do with the environment, so ridiculous. Cancel the EPA's absurd, totally absurd, tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands, for hundreds of thousands of cars. The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's a bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good, all because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. This has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated, and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left, and they were bad for us. signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks, required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home or in their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers that wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders. This was not a tough one. 2 genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it. Ban the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, that's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports, a couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records, look at weightlifting records, look at swimming records, look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Smith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fannie, you can't call her Fannie. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize, I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular, and I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing, and he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets, and you know, they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed an AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with a fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say open up the water. Open it up to the governor, to the mayor. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to protect a tiny little fish that's, you know, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's Notel, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got, right after the fire, I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, you know, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it. And I said, we're going to get you fast permits. So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. They're going to have, we're leading AI and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations, and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States. And that's a small version of what's sitting right there. That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now, and that's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people. Go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. One, Do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And I wonder, have you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace?
I did.
What role do you expect him to play, especially
a big role. I like
Venezuela?
Yeah,
and another one, because the
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world. Right. At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions.
Well, look, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better on trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post last
No, I haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's Prime Minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's Prime Minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And I believe very strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask him to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. We would probably set a limit of, income limit where it made sense. But we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a
All right, we have been listening live to President Donald Trump holding a White House press briefing about the ICE activity that's been happening in Minnesota. He also talked a lot about his accomplishments that he made within year one of his second term.
I did a good job. I did a good job.
The Syrian government the last 2 weeks had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and, get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and, what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028, but what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often, and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Thank you, President Trump. President Trump, you spoke earlier.
Mr. President, you've been hearing from allies.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castronova from Lindell TV, and you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did that. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you willing to use force?
take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos, and we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. No. Because, Emmanuel's not going to be there very long. And, there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron. But he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good structural floor. This used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happen. But we need a good structure here, don't we, huh? Yeah.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government.
will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us. But we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months, and I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy. They're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Call it.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go
your
ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One
Thank
question
you, Mr.
about the
President.
critical we had one.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows the majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden?
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question, because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last time. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. The Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more. Go ahead, go. Yes.
I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military option still on the table? And can you assure us that the killing in Iran has stopped? And when regard to the Peace Council, which members have to pay $1 billion?
So with Iran, are you from Iran?
No, I cover the White House.
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people, and I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people, and they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you,
President.
Go ahead, right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any. What improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that, to me, is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of, bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit, and I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability, and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices now.
Mr. President of Venezuela, you made a condition.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Nice place.
Thank you. You made a condition that the political prisoners should be freed. It seems that they are not being as fast as they promised in the beginning. Would that be an issue for the current government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. All of them. Depends on what they did, but they have released a lot of. Released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very interesting.
The NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy.